I'm experimenting with the pretzel stations. I don't know how often I'll use that one. But maybe sometimes you need a little bit of energy. So, nice thing about having this test data up is that in theory it gives you a time jump to where our test data is. And this even seems to be the right timestamp, because that's what I was using. Or did I have to tweak it a little bit to get... Oh, yep, actually it has to be back just a little bit. Oop. Okay, so that gets us into there. So our dummy data... And that's this. Which, okay, so, and there's the points. I wasn't quite able to make them out before. Although, oh, because in this data, right, we're using this pointer in this mode. If we drop to there, we should get those. Okay. And then the object detection things actually aren't showing up until we get to that level. Oh, other thing. We were really into that mode to work on this UI, but oh, it is setting this. And then that sets that, so it might be okay. So let's do a quick check on just that. Okay, it was just because we were in time mode. That's fine. So the thing about the data we've got right now, well, I guess it is updating. Huh. It is updating when this changes. There might be other things that are doing that. Are we constantly refreshing? No. So that means it might not work if we changed into that time. We have browse locations and browse placements, which are top-level model things right now. And I think they might need to be part of the span data. If nothing, fetch. Yeah, so you see, it wouldn't even try to fetch that data. Yeah, key search. So it is trying to get indexes. What's actually driving that? Because something should be clearing it out for that to trigger. That's received. That's nothing. if data focus on it, that's only called from there. But what resets that? Let's focus. That's received. This is saying, okay, we're going to get it. Guess I didn't wait long enough for it to compile. Or it didn't compile. No, that looks good. Oh, because these were bootstrapped. Oh, is the underlying map direct fetching those to display them? I thought I was sending the data over, though. Maybe that's something we need to look at. Config. Key search index. I guess technically it is index. Okay, so yes, you have your own cache of that. And this can respond to time changes. We started by just displaying it on the map. Well, do we ever? Well, there might be a timing issue with this one. In terms of, do we have the data in time to set it up? Okay, so we also have that. And we're just going to use it through here. Use it through there. Use it through there. Right, because I initially had the file parsing here. If we go to there and then search, this is still the same stuff. So that's actually, well, we have to have this fetching data before we can be sending anything. And then we might be able to avoid fetching it from two places. Right, because this mode doesn't include time information at all. This should normally be exactly for the visible time once we get this fixed. Fetch object search. I did not see that won't ever trigger because this is the map displaying this, and this is this using the already instantiated data. So it thinks it has it. So this is going to be, we think this has to be part of span data to update when that changes. I'm going to have to make span data updates conservative so that we don't destroy our cached data. We have any operators on this here? Do you not have span data? Oh, that was probably case sensitive. Oh, okay, you do not have span data. Yeah, so yeah, I did the indexes up here and then the individual data down there. So I need to do that. I need to move that up here. I need to make sure this is not being destroyed unnecessarily. As span data is where we're going to run into trouble. So we've got a field of that in here, which is actually initialized to nothing. So this actually can't exist right now. This probably needs to get, well, this was dummy data for development setup. I guess if this exists in span data, I could still set it up there. So we're not even fetching that right now. Yeah, so the things that are changing that, which also includes this. I'm actually surprised we're not hitting this more. Or did I forget to reload after compiling? Okay, yes. So the things I'm concerned about are if we select art course 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. There are 5 places we could do this. One of them if we picked an arc, that's probably only going to happen when it changes. Oh, right, but you have a coarse and a fine, which maybe I need to look at unifying those a little bit. That's gotten pretty big. All right, so select arc. Doesn't even have the entire thing on there. Select arc course. marc, current arc, list, drop, exactly the same. marc, start, arc data time, arc end, arc model time, span for time. We've got this debug log in here that's from who knows when. So updating current arc, course arc. You're updating span data. Start time, time range, set time. Exactly the same except for this, and probably earlier on in its lifetime, there wasn't as much other stuff going on here. The tricky bit is that we're using a derived field. So it's not, you can't easily just say, set the extra field and then go do everything else. We can do that to an extent. We could do this stuff. We can do, all of that. We can do all of. We can do all of this. Oh, there is a nothing case here. So this also, well, that does say case MR. This is technically nothing. But it is a little bit different as well. So we do not have the index is not part of the model. We just kind of treat that as part of the UI. I was wondering if I could set up the function to take both and we just pass through the old value. We'd still have to do this lookup. I guess the lookup could be a function. Then it wouldn't be as bad. There'd still be a let binding there. Or could we do index, index, and one of them is a maybe? But then we do the lookup twice. So we're almost down to setting a bool, saying update the course, and then in our setup here, we have some sort of, if we're doing course update, then take this. Otherwise, we copy the value from the existing value from model. I almost want to do a custom Boolean for that. And if once I do that, I could conceivably have this thing actually take an argument for which to update. I wouldn't necessarily need to have a function then. Although the model update here is getting pretty big. So it wouldn't hurt to have that be a little bit more concise. Now the question is, where does that go? Is this a model function? Set by index is almost related to the view itself. I'm almost wondering if I could do this translation in the view as part of the message handler. Oh, you know what? The pass to idea. Because we are switching off of if did we find it. So what are we switching off of then? One of them is either the old value or the... so we have fine. Actually, no. If it's course updates course fine, and then resets fine. So that does. We look up the index. We're always going to set fine. If it's course, we're also going to set course. All right, there was a little bit of a difference in how we handle the nothing case. Nothing. Okay, that's course arc. Span data. Oh. That's just ordering. That is the same. And this is switch off of nothing. So it's actually going to be a little bit more direct. Just say nothing here. So if either of those fail, it just blows up. That makes that less ambiguously the same. Actually, if I had this as a function, right, this is a function that took the two things. Well, right, because it's either pass through as is, leave unmodified. So we just pass through the previous value. And if this was a function, then these could still stay separate. That can be pulled out as a separate function. Maybe move that back into the view. Unchange round into select arc. So actually, that all happens there. So you get a helper. Server min time, server time, server time. That's data options. For index? I think it's just int to... Oh, but you need the model. Or at least... Oh. Yeah, you need the model. Do you have the model? you do have the model. So that makes that a little bit of a messier operation. Okay, so that part of that maybe is actually the arc set, which might itself depend on span data. Current arc, map arcs, well, it's current server. So arcs is a separate sub thing within the server. Have I added a shorthand operation for that? There's a with default. There's not a specific thing for maybe. But that's data value to blah. So we might want to circle back to that. And we're just going to return this. This does mean we have to pass a maybe in our message. Whereas the index was not a maybe. Oh. Huh. If that works out to nothing, do we just not send a message? That's not the effect that we had before. And this probably does have some utility for, like, if there are no arcs, for instance. We want to clear out all this stuff. All right, so that... I should probably keep on dealing with the rounds here. All right, so that will break the type checking because now we're sending a maybe arc instead of an index. Which will then break the update function. Oh. Oh, right, we forgot the model part. FUI. Shoot. I should really extract that before I need to go changing it. You could perhaps... Command none. Okay, so you're sending a command. which means you don't fit nicely into the model module. All right, so that's going to get taken over, so we can leave that here. So we want the fine arc, going to set that and leave that alone. The course arc is going to set both. And I guess the course arc included the thing that sets something. Okay, we didn't have this word anywhere else. I don't have any good organization for all this stuff. Rebuild arcs. Oh, probably need to like pass the model and stuff. Yeah, because we're going to be changing the model. And maybe arc. And maybe arc. And we're actually dealing with these as maybes. And you are reducing this and a command. Yeah, because we're looking at this because it had one of our span data things. And I think that takes care of everything. Oh, except that this needs the model. Okay, so that compiles nicely. Now, go switch this back. Oh, you're almost the same. Yeah, map UI. So you guys just get a maybe arc and reduce down to that. So I know some of my other search stuff is broken right now, but that is not updating anything. We should be getting background colors. Well, I guess I should have checked if that was working first. Okay, get checkout master. Okay, we have broken something in our branch. Start. Bad, good. Okay, setup data. All right, so that's bad. That's bad. Of course, with some of this, I don't think any of this is setting time. Okay, maybe we just weren't compiled there. Broke it very early, apparently. Zero revisions left to test. Roughly 0 steps. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I probably just turned the biomes off for performance. Reset. Yep. All right. We want to make sure that this stuff is working. Okay, those all look different. And that's doing exactly what we expected to do. Oh, right. We had this off for performance. Okay. That did not fetch break anything. We got a much more concise update function out of it. Actually, No, we need this derived field, so that's not going to be an easy thing. I mean, we can switch off of current arc, get the end time, and then make this a set end time if present, so that we have like update model and do stuff, but we've already got the switch for it. All right, so that gets us down to one less as span data. So there's that function. There is receive the span list. Select arc. Oh, did select arc... set span data. Set time, set span data. That's something we might need to watch. Time selection for time is probably an alternate to set time. Model to model, command none. Set time to this value, set time based on implicit versus set time based on implicit information. This one sends commands. You don't send commands. Oh, this is probably used in like startup. Yeah, this is for like the startup situation. At which point it probably is. This could wipe out my debug setup data, but it's not normally going to be a concern. Well, server list. No, that's a one-time thing. So we have span list, which is a one-time thing. Yeah, we only have that data for big server. So it's basically one time. You select arc, which we just extracted, which calls set time. Okay, so you update this only if the time is different. That probably means... Alright, so map span data. Span list shouldn't happen very often. And your set time. So we get one off span list. And that, maybe we've already updated the time to where we want it to be. All right, so an arc update, this is one of the things one of the bugs we need to fix. Select arc, set time. Well, I guess there's the question of... So sometimes we get time. but we get a lot more select arcs. So that is not a guaranteed thing. We set a time range. We set a start time. We don't necessarily set a map time here. Is that Noopsy? Okay, so that T is updating. That's our URL, which I think is basically map time. Oh, now we're getting a lot more of them. Oh, these are updates to the same index. So it's not changing time. So select arc. I mean, this is already being sort of conservative. Select arc should probably be conservative too. Let's see, this is always changing current arc. The trick is if we change course arc, I guess that could be the same, so we have to check both. Maybe we should short circuit this. This way we can see the alternate case right up front. This is model. This is model. Command none. Another level of indent, just what we always wanted. Oh. Model dot. Okay. Now they're pretty much one-to-one, which makes me... The only reason we're doing that is to update span. It's update span data. So I was probably looking for all the places I was doing... And maybe actually I used to be doing span here and then I extended span data. And then there's set time, which this always calls set time when it does that. That's the exact same span for time that we do down there. And this is redetecting the arc as well. Well, only the current. There's two ways to look at this. One is we should do less in select arc and just call this. The other is that we should take over the handful of things that both do. But that ends up putting code in two places. And I don't know if there's enough different going on to justify that. So we have this weird thing where we find a span, use that time code to set the time, and then throw out our span and find it again. Well, our span and our arc. Okay, the span comes from the exact same call. If we just skip that, then that's no different. Could just skip that. Set time is going to look up the arc based on this. I mean, I could almost have the UI send back the timestamp. I guess it is an element in a list that we're selecting, not necessarily a timestamp. So that reduces the places that we set that stuff. You see, time range is going to get wiped out by set time. Yep, it's going to do one of those. And in that case, that's the exact same thing. We've got this other little alternate case that if it's that, if we're doing a life update, this almost depends on how we get there rather than set time. But this comes through a lot of different ways. Yeah, so this is kind of how the arc thing started, and then it got complicated. The good news is, I think we're down to fewer of these, but I think we have some cleanup possibilities here. So one, span list, set time. I missed one. Oh, time selection for time we knew only got called from server list. Oh, I think this was from tracing down the identity issue. I had that stuff. I'm copying that around somewhere. Current course, current course, current course. So I think we're down to 3. Span list, set time, server list, and span list should really be a one-off. All right, so select arc. Okay. So select arc. If that was nothing, I guess it makes sense to reset some things. And then, actually, that doesn't call set time in that case. If this got no arc, might get no span too. marc, maybe map. So that could be a nothing. That would be kind of the same effect. Oh, you're a little bit different. You're a maybe map because we're in the just case, so we know that that can't be 0 or nothing. Or is that just processes regardless? Model, they both set current arc. We move the span data over. They both set start time. That one checks animation status. Maybe with default arc.end, maybe with default model.time. Do I need the parentheses there? I do. Otherwise, you got a maybe. Is this... That is a with default. Okay, so arc.time is known. Model.time is another maybe. No, it is... No, an arc may have not ended. And set time received a definite time, so the end result... So model.time is a definite time. That's actually almost... I guess we can always default to current time. Now, what do we start at? Maybe we start at 0. Yep. But that allows it to be definite. There's ways to just move the Vim window, isn't there? I know that there is like half page. One line. Actually, that's... leaves the cursor where it is. That's good for those little adjustments that I was thinking about. Leaves the cursor where it is, so that the line between the cursor becomes the first line. Moves the screen. Oh, the line with the cursor becomes the first line. It's like if you're at the top of a function or something. Move the current line to the middle of the screen. Okay, so for this, we actually do need to compress back down. To have a caps lock, you will save and exit Vim. Move current line to the top of the screen. So if we've jumped to a function, and then top and bottom. Well, almost bottom, but there's probably a setting for that. Move up one line, up one down. Okay, so yeah, I knew half page. Move up one page, cursor to bottom. Down one page, cursor to top. In the current screen at all times, you can bookmark the current position. Yeah, mark G, return to G. Oh, have your movement keys just keep the cursor in center. Interesting twist. I do some... Would I want that? This is only for movement commands. I'm often looking for something and then be thinking around there. Interesting. Yeah, that's the ones we just went over. What's L? It goes to the first bar? Love monkey. Glad you like watching me mess around with Vim. Oh, to line from the bottom of the window. And then that, I guess that just always happened to be a bar. To middle line of window to the first non-blank character. And then you could presumably do, yeah, 10L. I don't know what that would do with M. Doesn't really do anything with M. Maybe it goes to the middle 10 times. Oh, you know what? No, I know GG. H is like basically top of window. I don't know all the G things. I know that one. And I know that one. Oh yeah, then there's G. No start of line. Scroll off. Use the cursor in the middle of the page. Always, you know what? I probably have like scroll off 4. Moves the current line to top of screen. Well, we're kind of near the bottom there. Yep, that was shift. Did that do something? Okay, yeah, that's where we're messing around. I still need to fix this. To top of screen. That was essentially ZT. Moves the current line to, that's ZZ. And that's basically the same as T and B. And then that avoids that problem, but it's multiple keys. ZE and ZS. Move screen to the left, right. That would be, you know, I've got line wrap on, so that's not as big of a deal. This is kind of interesting, though. High, low, top, bottom. ZE, ZS, and there's Control E, Control Y. Oh, look at position of HL. Okay, so those are our left and right keys in that. T and B are kind of up and down from each other. E and Y? No, control. I guess sort of the same spacing from H and L, but they're over in weird places. E and S, I don't even know what to make sense of. Oh, quartz, not QWERTY. Oh, Z enter is an alternate to ZZ. Okay. Redraw the file with the cursor. Yet more Z commands. K and J. No, shift. Yeah, that must be an alternate binding. Those are editing commands. Navigate the file without moving the cursor position. Folding the lines between your target position and then jumping over the fold. Huh. All right, so I think what I was immediately looking for was fine adjustment. And then some of this stuff. Top and bottom is kind of easier to remember. I don't think the like dot and dash is going to stick. Z's not a super easy thing to get to, but that's handy. All right, so actually, there's one of our functions. We're not. It's going to take a while to learn which is up and which is down. We go to set time, so there's that. We want to move that to the top. Pretty close. Actually, I guess these both have let blocks, huh? They're doing different things. Maybe we really want to be looking at like model updates. So map time, current arc. That's time range is both there. Start time is for the UI, I think. It's start time and then sometime after. All right, so set time is for an arbitrary time, which could be anywhere in those spans. Select arc is setting the time to the end, but we already know what the arc is. And not setting the span in there, we no longer have to do the span lookup. So the two things I'm looking at are redundant arc searching and different behavior of time range, which is basically completely ignoring. Well, no, time range is doing the same thing as long as we don't have life data visible. So really, since we're going to go through set time anyway, we could drop that. Question is, if we manipulated the arc window, I mean, I guess the general paradigm is if life data is on, then that's the time range. This is the arc. We're just doing the maybe check on it. Oh, I still got a type issue here. Arc.end is maybe because it may have not ended. We're saying a with default, which says the inner type is a maybe. We were with defaulting this thing. To get rid of its maybe. And I was just wondering if we could make that a little bit less weird. Because we do want to map the nothing. If we do this one directly, then we don't have a maybe anymore. It almost turns into a weird kind of, well, no, map 2 only does it if value. This is we almost need like a with default version of and then. If it's nothing, instead use this maybe. Probably not a common enough case. We're looking for a maybe, but these all work with values. That works with the value. Yeah. So it's not a stock function. This would be like and default. I don't know what a good name for that is. This is like with default. This is like with another maybe. If not, then maybe. Map default. I guess that wouldn't necessarily increase. We're not. If we're doing multiple steps, that would increase the clarity as a one-off. So arc.datatime. And then that depends on the model time. So that wouldn't be easy to put into a function either, unless you specified the ultimate default time as an argument to that. How often do we do this? Exactly once. Also exactly once. So maybe that's not super worth extracting. So we use the end for the time, not for the start time. We no longer do the time range. Okay, we use it exactly once here. Arc to range is probably a, oh, nope. Anything with a start end. Oh, and you do kind of have a default. You're just a start end tuple. You do the increment, though, which is because we're using that here. And that's why we're doing that instead of incrementing it for this guy. That was a control. So you're doing some manipulation of the other UI settings. They're both setting current arc. That one's only setting, is also setting course arc, which are all treating those as UI things. So we might have it down just the fact that's doing redundant arc lookup. Oh, model.time is different from model.mapTime. Model.mapTime is another maybe. Is that an error? That's the current time. This is now, essentially. That's saying if the arc doesn't end, then it ends now. This is where the map is currently at. Oh, do you need to do nothing on time range? That is a maybe map, so that will effectively do that. We selected no arc. Well, if there was no arc, then that maybe map would go. You're no longer setting span data. That gets maybe'd through. There might be a possibility you select nothing, but it doesn't change the map time? Well, it's reduced a lot of redundancy. Okay, that's that time. Okay, we still got debugging stuff in there. Nope. We're in a time with no window there. All right, so as span data, we've got consequence of server, we've got span list, and we've got set time. So this should be the only one we have to worry about. So if the map time changes, we take the span and we make a brand new span data. This thing has an is it different check. For span data, this would want to have its own is it different check. So we're probably going to go by end. We should generally only have, I mean, that's kind of the time we use for the various bits of data. Unfortunately, we have a maybe span into a maybe span data. Span data itself a maybe. So we basically have a maybe map 2 on the well, we can actually look at this before it gets mapped over. And these are only comparable if we have both. But that's a maybe. What is it? I hope that it's not a problem. In the case that's a nothing. No, no, those are the arguments. The function. Let's see. I could, for a Boolean test, I could map this out to just, I could destructure this. We want to know, in fact, that we could, that wouldn't be too bad as a Boolean. If span data dot end not equal to span dot end, those are the maybe arguments. This is not a maybe map now. We know we have it. Else, keep our existing span data. This almost needs to be up here now. Of course, the thing you'd want to call that is span data. I don't know if map 2 is a natural argument order. It's like we're working with a new arc. We've got our old span data that we may or may not be replacing, so it's sort of like a transform on that. I guess the one other place that this could come into place, could come into play. No, actually, span data was blank here. So it's not like this is because of our initial state of things. So this is going to be more conservative than before. We do have our counts. I think I did have it fetch those. We might not have. Well, there might legitimately be none of that here. Oh, and I just don't have... I don't have a small number of data times. I have to figure out when they are, though. One 608233084. I might not have sufficient infrastructure to fetch these at all. Seven 3884. Yeah, that didn't even try. So that resets it to blank. Current time, show time notice. So now we have a thing that's like, if this changed, we might need to fill things out. Of course, we also want to do that only if we care right now. But that comes down to what's the current state of the span data. The thing we're looking at right now is the object index counts. Key object search index, log object search index. Require object search index. So this is a thing that we do when we know that we need it. Oh, we're always fetching this for the current time. That's useful now, but only because our window is open, or our tab is open. Is that always a condition for this? Let's update object search for necessarily true. Toggle animated. Right, because this can be closed and we can still be viewing points. The index will hopefully eventually be able to be sent back to the front end. Oh, that might be part of the reason is that we have to do a re-encoding. And the leaflet side always fetches it in order to determine if it needs or can fetch other indexes as needed. Well, that kind of comes as a consequence of, is there a search defined? Actually, does that? Yeah, is there any sought objects? Update object search is going to set total matching objects, selected matching objects. We need that if we have matching objects, selected matching objects are only a subset of matching objects. Or locked objects. Highlight objects. This is a command. Actually, we have counts if anything is displayed here. Highlight objects is only the selected ones. That's not going to change it. If model.data animated it's almost like we don't even check this unless not selected. Matching. Is that the best way to do this? Repeat range. Length, reverse, member. Any element satisfies a test. Is empty. Are you a list, though? Well, I guess the compiler will complain if it's not. Yeah, it's complaining about a set thing. Do we have set.isempty? Yes, we do. All right, so that should get rid of any unnecessary searches. Or any unnecessary fetches. So then we want to do this. Oh, do we then depend on the stuff existing? Require it? Yeah, so you're not really doing a whole lot with it. Not like checking to see if something exists and then doing downstream things with it. That may change. So we need to call this whenever our span data does change. What did I do? This is already span list, which already has that. This is updating it from receiving it. This is what we were looking at. And this is looking into span data to see if that stuff is needed and if it's currently available. But how is this function written? This is a model command message, which might mess up our entire function there. Yeah. Do I have a function for that? A model command message to a model command message. So this is add update. I probably need better names for these. This was set time. So we do all of that, and then require is there a require object search? Is require object search what actually does the index? I might have to do some looking into this. Yeah, some of these changes might have to trigger off this as well. Maybe some place we do that. Oh, and there's the add update already. Update object search. Does that? No, wait. This and highlight objects is sending stuff to leaflet, which should be the same. This is for us on our end to fetch the counts and things. Okay, so we're at a time that's not valid. 033084. Okay, for one thing, that's log search. I might have not done log search for this. There it is. So why aren't we fetching that timestamp? Okay, we're not fetching any other timestamps. Okay, we just had to get down to where there was... Oh, right, because it's associated with span data. So we're in an area that didn't have it. Okay. Maybe I typoed something? 16082330084. 9141252. Eight two three three oh 84. Log search. Index. One 16082330084. How are you 404? Oh, because I had this as my dev data, but I'm actually running it out of a different directory. Well, I guess it should be sufficient to go back to our other time, which I might need to refresh myself about when that was. I'm not seeing a successful fetch anywhere. I think it was... Yeah. When was it? No, actually, it is... if I reload. It is 12/18/1324. So if we have never loaded that, /18. Okay, it's hard to tell what the fetch is because that could be some of the other side of the map. Doing its fetch. Is there any... size. Oh, it might be, yeah, cache control, no cache. So this little local server might not be able to duplicate that properly. So that's a shame. So it probably will have to do some sort of update coalescing on that. All right, and then the question was, yes, we have a count. So with that, we're able to change to a time and get the counts. For some of this stuff, I might have to run like an adjacent data set. Oh yeah, and like, what if we're here? We don't do anything to it right now. And the part of the point of this, which this might be committable, is to move that detail into span data, so we'll at least blank if you leave a valid period. So I guess that's the first test. Update search index when changing spans. To do that, tu So right now, our span data is nothing. I'd have to do a fully fleshed out span data to bootstrap that now. Unless we bootstrap all span datas, but that won't show the removal properly. So I need all the stats in my test. If I leave the index, it'll fetch those. And maybe I'm approaching, well, I don't necessarily want to add the fetching for these since I'm just about to move them. Or the like startup fetching. But if I just set, well, I have the ability to fetch these now. Maybe that would be semi-useful. So we are, yeah, this item is selected. We are in this view. We'd almost have to set the time. This kind of comes down to the require. Select magic object. It's the only time we do this. When we click through. We want to say if we have focus object at the start, well, now you see you depend on if it's there, if it's not, and this is not in any way dependent on the span, which is what we have to fix. Because right now we do have data there, so it's not fetch. No. It might actually be that simple. Right, your dict singleton, so it's going to be dict dot empty. Although, like, there's no trigger. Yeah, there's no trigger right now. Yeah, you do depend on span data. Selected server and focus object. So in theory, when any of those things change, and if we have no focus, it just won't do it because that'll come up as a none. So when we receive span data and when we change server, do we need the server data? We need the server ID, which should be just in selected server itself. Oop, that went to one of the other ones. Server ID. That'll kind of come down to the span data perhaps later. So when we change selected server, okay, those are both kind of the same thing. Set server update. That's the server ID. Okay, so leaflet.current server, leaflet.current server. We are already sending a command. That's already an add update. Select matching, okay, so that's the focus object change. And selected server. Build worlds, replace URL. Oh, this is a display server nothing, but we have to have the server ID. This was, from model.servers. That probably means this won't work. And that covers all the instances of those. And the other thing was what? I got the other one in here. Span data. This one we might want to deal with the initial load up stuff. Check object search index, require object search. That's updating one of the indexes, which doesn't have direct bearing on whether we can get the individual data. I might want to start checking for that. I have to review how that works. That is updating the span. So that's a time set. This will determine its behavior based on what's already been loaded into there. So it should say, oh, it's already loaded if that's the case. And this is when the server list comes in. We determined the other one didn't need to do that. Why not? This could still affect the startup situation. I was thinking of the interactive situation. Now you're already doing the pipeline thing. Oh, wait, this is model updates. And this is... Wait, add update. Yes. So the function by itself would take a model and return commands. If I was only doing one of them, we could wrap it around here. .404, no data. I was probably at a garbage time. It's like 12:18. Not requested. This may be a bug. We do have that. Oh, you don't even change. Oh, it just took a little while. Okay. That was interesting. Oh, because we have a debug print of this somewhere. Oh. Interesting. So this is sort of like a caching issue? Or a timing issue? Because now it's not the first load. Oh, this is colliding scroll bars. It fit without the side scroll bar. I mean, I don't know if you need the seconds, but it doesn't look very good. And most of the time, you're going to have scroll bars. Show browse placement detail. don't actually have y in a like good position here. Or rather to see what the range might be. Actually, this should... I guess there's enough space. But it means we need to do the header. And for parity, we should do both of them. Okay, that gets rid of one scroll bar. All right, so that's an environment where we have some degree of startup loading at least. And maybe, I didn't even really check. Well, I need to be actually in that menu. Yes, I can't even get into there now. Easier to see when not in time. Did I mess up my view? Yeah, okay. Now we can go in. And yeah, we still got stuff here. So this is the lack of dependency we're kind of looking at. I might be able to do something with the maybe chain there to say, oopsie, clear that out. But really, I just want to change the span data and have everything work. So first step is to get this to exist. But we're looking at something like this. I don't think I necessarily want the sample data here. Oh, I was looking at having initial span data. All right, so just having that exist. Then we need to do as span data. And actually what I copied was the data initialization, not the data definition, which is gnarly. Remote data. Then you go in as span data. Yeah, that compiles. Actually, I guess I've got it fetching data. I don't necessarily need that stuff. So then we need to move references. Which might end up in some helper functions, because it's going to get pretty nasty. Maybe I should start out updating both. So that's an easy one. Well, I say easy. I do have the server ID there, and the data time, which is essentially going to let us select the do we use that? We actually don't use that. We could maybe check that it's for the right time. So it's going to look more like this. Well, that's the error case. Although we have to do the error case as well. There's so many very, very similar things here. It's the log search, key object search index, error, span data map. And then this was in there. These might be getting a little bit gnarly. It is only one attribute. Well, we're getting this pattern of doing things to span data. All right, and then key object search index, okay. Span data. You are updating this field, which kind of takes over for that, but this is in a structure, in a lambda. And it's not just model.browse locations, but it is span data. No, it's span data.browse locations. Oh, and this is once again dict.insert. So this is only one structure, just kind of moving it to a substructure, not to server, to span, to whatever. We're doing this one thing that is hopefully being maintained correctly elsewhere. All right. This might be a better map. To this, just replace locations with placements. Oh, I didn't set this up to update both places. And I'm just far enough in to make that really inconvenient. What was it? Search received. Data received. And then in the error case, we're to there. Oh, and we don't have all this stuff. Okay. Insert it twice. This is a switch. The data should be mostly the same. So if we can switch this out, we're already in span data. So actually this doesn't end up being too bad. We're only updating that property. We've already maybe'd it. Now this is map 3. Oh, that was the model. This does get a little bit nastier. So our long-term one is going to become span data. Okay, so you've already got the span data. So I guess we don't need to map this. We can just assign it, but we have to say... Is span data maybe? I thought I was doing a maybe map there. Maybe span data. Just that with you updated. No closure. We have the span data. And then for temporary compatibility, we leave that there. Of course, I want the other way here. So I can't reuse my little search operation. Focus location. Right, because we set this up as a zipper. Which means we actually have to change the object. So this is going to be span data equals maybe dot map. Span data of span data of browser locations. All of this is it's in its own little struct. which isn't a closure. Is still model focus object. Is now span data browse locations and span data browse locations. Oh, this is the map. That should do with the wrapping and unwrapping of the maybe. I seem to have lost, maybe.map, model dot span data. Okay. And we rename something here. That's parsing. That doesn't do any model stuff. That's given in some kind of structure. That's a different kind of location. All right, so that should be all of the data update side. Uh-oh, do we have a race condition here? Because I'd swear this updated on me. Oh, nope, I deliberately moved out of the, that's where I had a thing that had data, but out of the data zone to test that behavior. And that, okay, so the data update is the thing we need to be fixing here. We want to get it moved over first, so if it gets cleared out properly. No, we're going to go into the view. This is show the browse object. So this is only going to be able to use one of them. So this is an actual switch over from the top. So this is going to completely depend on having span data. The theme is in the model. That is in the model. Okay, we have to have a model. So I guess taking the span data and dealing with that maybe in the chain might be the way to go about it. So we have model.span data is a maybe. We can map that over to dot browse placements. No, it's maybe map. So you would have to either a maybe map or we have to do something ahead of time. I guess this is a maybe and then. It's a different maybe. And it should just be data from there. Oh. We only used that once in the view. Okay, so we got our initial load. Now we can go back to map UI. We should be able to remove you and you. We could probably go through these pretty quick. Span data equals span data. Those maybe maps are kind of aligned. Browse placements. You go away. You go away. You go away. You go away. We over deleted something here. Uh, 1565. I hope that's just it. Well, we've got a comparable here, which also, oh, it was probably used to be a one-line thing, so that ended up carrying the curly with it. Then we can drop it out of the model entirely. It takes this stuff with it. I guess I should end up dropping that at some point anyway. All right, we missed one. Model dot browse. Okay. Require. But we've got span data here. So we make all the decisions based on that. All right, we've removed them from the model. They should just not exist anymore. So we ought to see that now. Okay. Yeah, 404 is an appropriate response to that. And an appropriate response to that. So that moves all of this into the span data where it depends on that stuff. I guess the question would be, does it come back? Okay, so that's a little bit more precise. Not request, this may be a bug, yeah. That should never happen. Move browse data into span data. All right, I need more water. We'll be back in a little bit. That's what we were looking for.
I can stop myself at any point in time.
You're gonna do nothing, you know that?
I have a shield.
Your point?
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
You would have to throw it just the right angle and just the right distance to even try to destroy the portal.
You like my presents?
I'm just gonna hang back here, keep an eye on you, see the.
Yep. Radon here. Hmm? Have you seen
Well,
radon
that
in the
one would make
universe yet?
sense. I don't think I have.
Nope.
So yeah, you guys ever need radon, you know who to call.
Yep.
Teleport some right on over to you from a fungus.
I still can't figure out how to craft this damn hyperdrive.
What?
It's acting like I don't have the recipe.
Oh,
Oh my god, no. Did I just destroy all of my turrets? Oh. Oh. Holy.
Distance, that'd be great.
And we're back. So what is this? What? Well, we're getting left in. We're deleting this data. We normally wouldn't allow you to go in here if we didn't think we had data. But we just kind of wiped everything out. So this should actually be a not found, and I might need a better error message for that. But to get from not requested to not found, did we do that? Yeah, okay, so this does a not found. Oh. Maybe it was on the, was it on the reload? No, that was fine. That's not found. That's okay. Was it in this view? Okay, so switching views. Definitely need that. Yep, and those I might just need a top level thing for these. I'm not sure I ever select matching. Okay, so that one is specific. Set server update. If we're fetching one, just fetch the other. Anim toggle. That's actually where we were running into trouble there. Shoot. What else did I just edit then? Update object search. That should only happen when we're not in that view. So what else did I change? Yeah, that's right. So there's game seconds per second and event error. Toggle animated. Leaflet.anim toggle. Okay, so this is RUI versus leaflet doing basically the same thing? Well, no, one has to tell one has to tell we have to tell leaflet versus it's leaflet telling us. Okay, we can flip between those. Okay, we got the loading once. Given that we have no idea how many different spans someone could visit, I might want to put a delay on that though, because right now we're doing it as soon as they change. Well, yeah, because there's the map points. That's on the map though. In which case, that comes down to whether you do both. All right, the map is doing all of these points for everything selected. We're only fetching the one thing you focused on. So that seems to make it update. Actually, the only thing we fixed when toggling animation. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, so that's actually done. There's interactive search, there's interactive span changes, which right now the map is going to react to immediately. Well, this kind of comes down to whether we send it to the map. And the span changes actually aren't going to change the data we send there. Load counts. You're part of the same data. Oh, is animated? It's going to be a little hard to see. Yeah, that seems to be doing okay. Count of items on Browse tab. Yeah. We should have all that information. It's just a nice reference. I don't know if I've got that data in here. Show browse locations. So browse objects. Browse objects header. Are you doing something different? No, you're exactly the same right now. You're this thing. Show browse objects. No, remote status. And we had show browse items, which includes previous and next. We should have... We'll have to go ask the zipper for its length. But that's basically what this is. It's the entire list. So there's that header, which maybe has been passed through. And it's already got the entire list. Input button, input button. I don't have this option. Construct to list. You can certainly just to list it. Length. Of. I do need to deconstruct this. List.length. Locations. It's an integer. String dot, is it from int? And the text element. Did not expose it. I could maybe justify you. Line right. Actually, that should have been enough right there. Now, I guess... Well, I don't know if that's the browser or if Elm's trying to be smart about not rendering the off-screen ones. Oh, nope. Okay, so yeah, it's lazy about rendering them the first time, but then it's just elements. So you could maybe try to do the smart list thing there. This isn't even going to be with the bad objects. What's the worst case scenario? 34. Is that like a berry bush? Oh, I don't have, yeah, I don't have items number search yet. Sharpstone. Actually, this might not be included. Oh. It is the largest. Right. The ones that were too big were not included at all. Somebody went, oh boy. I wonder if that's leaflet that's dying. Oh, is that? Okay, that's Donkey Town. Somebody went on a little adventure. Huh. I don't have that plotted. Oh, because we're in time view here. Oh, that's gonna be a lot gentler on that. That's where it ended up. Oh, that reset us. Yeah, that's probably a leaflet that's dying. All right, because, yeah, yep, negative. Oh, and these are at time. It's just so much. Oh, it's, yeah, it's not even keeping up. Yeah, so I might need to do a sharper cutoff on these. I was kind of thinking about that for data size, but this is definitely definitely not performant. How does that look in the key size? And you see 32. It's like berry bush, right? Big hard rock? I guess that's from people sharpening on it? Because they would normally get dug up if you do anything to them. It technically participates in the transition, even though it was unchanged by it. Okay, yeah. Well, this is time view, which probably is a little bit harder. Yeah. We're probably reevaluating time every time we update, which we didn't really need to be doing that much redrawing there. So that could be a general performance issue. Or it's just the sheer number of data. So, no, it's not that different. This is something specific about, and we're at zoom 20, so most layers aren't able to draw. This is, oh, maybe because of the overlay? Now it's fine. And they probably, yeah, they weren't visible up there for the detail, for the, yeah, so this view is showing all of the places. This view is showing time in point. So I might need to rectify those. Hmm. Well, actually, this is actually a surprisingly easy check. Okay, so this time it just had fewer of those. Yeah, because these are like pings. Yeah, so when that updates, it's painful. Okay, no, that's painful in general. Is it less painful? I'm not properly resetting that. Oh, but I left these locked in here. So yes, that was object search. I'm probably like every update we're reevaluating time and going through all of the objects. But particularly, well, this it actually does have to reevaluate them to draw it properly. Maybe that could be done more optimally. All right, so this was originally all part of displaying counts. Yeah, flint chip, gonna be a nasty one. So it's especially bad with that overlay. So even 5,000 is pretty bad. No. So definitely doing all of this on interactive is probably bad. Count of items on Brown's tab. Oh, okay, so we're focused on this. I'm wondering if I should hide the rest of these when you focus. Well, that kind of did. Oh, no, what that did is went to a different time. We went out to tutorials. It's like, what? That's where our first flint chip was. Actually, I see flints are only in the tutorials. That's the flint deposit. And that normally won't show up from ordinary players. Oh, we could perhaps do this as perhaps sort these by count too. Because objects that never appear are just going to be a little bit less interesting. But we get the initial results before we get the counts. No. There's only one of those per span. So if you're searching, if you open search, you're probably going to want that, or if you open an object search. Oh, you know what? Am I doing this app-wide? Yes, okay. Oh, no. Sort items by sort objects by count. All right, so we wanted to figure out fetching the count is a one-off thing. No, these are object span changes. So there's interactive search, there's interactive span changes. Well, for you, fetching the detail only happens when we do this. That's perfectly well indicated. Doing interactive search. Oh, we're going on to what happens on the map for this level of stuff. So if we're like craziness. There probably needs to be an object limit on that or something. So maybe showing these has to have either a number limit or a character limit. Probably want at least some like debounce delay on it. I was thinking of doing carriage return, but right now that's lock. But that can probably be changed. Lock is still a button. And then maybe we can, well, input change. Which I'm not sure. When do I do that? Lock objects. Okay, so that's the only thing we get there. Is that sent from two places? On enter. So we would want to say, I don't know, like commit search or something. Which would be a no-op right now. Actually, put it in the debounce, and we put that in as an immediate. Or maybe you could then request to actually really do it for everything. So this is like object typing. Update the term, update object search. So this part isn't too bad. It's this stuff. Well, object search index is probably fine. It's drawing the highlights that gets expensive. So in order to delay a thing, I think there's a way to do a timeout without doing a full subscription. It's in like task or platform or something. I've never figured out what to do with a worker. No. Worker is like if you want to do a server process. There's something else. Maybe it's even in browser. Or maybe yeah, you start a task. Attempt and then platform process. A bunch of different tasks. Own lightweight process. Task 1 will be interleaved. Task 1 and Task 2. Spawn Task 1, spawn Task 2. Cannot receive any messages. Yeah, so maybe if... Well, it cannot receive any messages, so it can't even do like HTTP requests or anything. So if task 1 makes a long HTTP request, cannot receive any messages. HTTP requests return messages. Maybe it's an old comment from a previous version. Pretty sparse. There's no public for processes to communicate with each other or with the world. Well, actually, spawn. Well, it's a task that gives you the ID. A task that is that failure type? You have to have created a task, though. Weirdly enough, HTTP requests are tasks, but then the message would go nowhere. Well, maybe if you're like doing a task and then you could kind of do a series of HTTP requests within the chain. Let's turn it into a single task that returns a list. Yeah, if any task fails, the whole sequence fails is usually what stops me. Results of 2 tasks. Yeah, like I'm usually just firing off a whole bunch of commands and it doesn't... It's all message sends, so it's not really doing anything. And I guess I pretty much treat HTTP requests in a similar way. We think of it as a completely asynchronous thing that calls back when it's done, which is the main time that you need anything like that. Process is saying... in theory, we should be spawning tasks for HTTP. So the spawn is a task ID. You'd have to perform it to get the ID back. Yeah, so if it's an internal task with a return type, yeah, A disappears. So if it was an HTTP request, you'd have no way to get the value of it. It would have to be able to live completely independently. Time. Right, so that gives you a task that returns the transformed version. Time dot here, time dot now. Oh, that puts together the zone with the time. Usually I just fetch the zone once and then use it throughout the app. There might be times when I'm doing like kind of sequences of things. Actually, the API thing was sort of doing multiple requests, except I had to fake out the HTTP library, so I don't think there's any way for me to create a custom task. Yeah, that's the internal type, which just internals. That's the platform primitive. Oh, that's platform. Yes, there is no way to make your own task. Anyway, I think we can sleep. This isn't just a delay, though. This is a interruptible delay. So if I just did a task delay, that sleep is going to expire no matter what. I don't have any way to cancel it. Okay. It's a task with a value we don't care about. We could spawn it, we could cancel it, but we couldn't ever send the message that we got from performing it. Because the perform would return the ID. There'd be no perform callback for the sleep itself. Because I'm assuming that this is the ID of process 1, because that's the return type of spawn, process ID. So we never know when it actually expired. All right, so a straight up sleep would delay the event, but it wouldn't really help us with resetting the time. Subscriptions has timers. Oh, this is a kind of debounce. So we'd essentially have to have a highlight objects state. We start a timer when it's different. Yeah, we don't care about the time. And then update to current. So URL time is purely for this mechanic. I'm almost wondering if I could encapsulate that as some sort of like debounce function. You'd still have a certain amount of calls related to it. So you'd still have to have the individual. You'd have to have some way of expressing the condition, which I guess could be values not equal. It's like pass at the current time. It would have its embedded value. That might just be like a Would that be just like a debounce event then? And then how would you know? You might still have to give it individual messages. And then there's just really so little code. I don't know that you could get a lot out of it. Given that you're probably still going to have a top-level message and an individual call in subscriptions. We do have to go back to the update loop to update the timestamp. Now, this is a timestamp. No, this is the value displayed. We're not using this one, but it is. We have to go back through here to update the model, even if we're only sending a command. And in this case, yeah, we are kind of sending a command. This is a model-dependent command. All right, so I guess if we do 3 of these, then we have to think about if it's possible to generalize. See, we're all time. Yeah, that's with that. No. Is this search term or is this highlight objects? Well, highlight objects is an entire set, although we can basically just copy a reference to it because they're all immutable. Oh, highlight objects is actually a compound thing. Well, this shouldn't be changing as rapidly as typing does. So if that changes immediately, that's probably fine. So we do want to do the typing. So this is object search term. And Is this like debounced object search term? Highlighted object search term? This is what we're doing matching off of. But we're doing the local list immediately. Maybe there could be a performance benefit of deferring that a little bit as well. Mapped object search term? Although we're processing the search. No, so it's the matching objects that we care about. The lock will affect highlighted objects. But it's not the thing that's going to be noisy. Matching objects. Also the type of this. List object ID. See, so either debounced matching objects or mapped matching objects. Displayed matching objects. I guess debounced will best communicate why it exists. That's the mode. And if I wanted to cut down on the redraws, maybe, I don't know if it would actually help. I could use debounced here. Map UI. This is going to affect some of the places. Yeah, it's a lot of and highlight objects. Some of them will be, we expect more immediate changes. It's really the typing, which is actually this. And updates matching objects. This does not update debounced matching objects. Yeah, some of these might want to do immediate changes. We should probably have a function for that. If we start with debouncing everything. Oh, object typing was a view function. So I'm not going to have that here. All right, debounced matching objects. Going to equal model dot matching objects and highlight objects command does need a model to return just a message. Model dot debounced. Model dot matching objects. That's probably fine as well. All right, now we look at when do we send and highlight objects. So on a check mark, fine. On toggle all objects, fine. On lock, on unlock, toggle lock, and it's actually you that don't send right away. So debounced will follow this. Oh, I guess and highlight objects should probably, you only send a command. No, and highlight objects returns a model. I'm just not using that right now. Debounced, which actually, so this updates it when it sends the message. So actually I don't need to do that in the event handler. No, this is debounced. The modified model will not affect what this returns. And highlight objects command. That's exactly this. Looks a little weird written like that. Model. Oh, you used to be using the, I don't know what the formal term for it is. Sort of curried. It's not curried, it's implicit. Oh, the way we put those together changed. What are you? You're a model-to-model command message. So you don't need to deal with previous commands now. Well, you only see it at the low numbers. I guess I should just increase the timeout to make it more obvious. Yeah, so we can go completely through without ever hitting that stuff. And this is going to be more pronounced if we're doing something like this. Still processing. Probably doesn't help that we're in all history mode. Probably not in view right now? Oops, it's still rendering. So just that little bit will help. I don't know if that time is actually the best time. Oh, that will not continue resetting. That was to control. Well, this is still an update rate control. That will not continue resetting as you continue typing. To do that, you'd actually need the thing that's kind of pushing a timer out. One way to do that would be to have typing say debounced is now the old value, so that if it changed, so if it changed, well, the timer still started as soon as when they differed though. That's just a timer that's sitting there. And as far as Elm is concerned, maybe it's, timer 2 that's currently running. 2 of 3 or whatever. So for that, I might have to poll the current time. And anytime that fires, check that it's been at least X since this thing can't update the current time. We can send a command to get the current time to update it. I guess in the sleep version, our message could include the state at the time it was fired. But then you'd be firing those over and over and over and over again. And I don't think there's a good way to cancel them. So that will keep us from updating as much. We might still get a big update in the process of typing somewhere. So one question was, does fetching this stuff here, because there's fetching indexes, and then there's things we could already do in here. Which this will still be cut down some of the worst performance cases. Then there's fetching indexes, which right now the map is just always doing. So I might need to tweak my map communication protocol to allow for that greater distinction. So this, we've done something. Map doesn't have any idea what we are doing. It just has highlight list. So I probably need to have something that says, okay, we should go ahead and load distant things or not. Either there's an action that commits to that, or you press enter. I guess if there's a thing like press enter, that locked them all. Because that's the behavior of that. Then probably that should be some kind of checkbox or visible state. If it requires that much of a commitment. Yeah, so that does a note. So normally when we're searching, which we do here, and this has nothing to do with the index right now. It's just getting object IDs. In fact, this does require index. Matching objects is a list, so maybe require object search index. Yeah, so you can none out. Not requested, not requested. Because we would want to then sort it when we got the data, and also if we had the data. I guess you're sometimes going to be looking for the rarer items. Well, getting rid of the zeros. Yeah, like mail, not so useful. Maybe I need an option for show unavailable results. Some of these can still show up on the map. They're just not indexed. Oh, no, the ones that show up on the map but are not indexed are crossed out but not zero. Oh. Sorting by count would actually put the Adobe walls first. If you were searching for all objects. Yeah, these things. If you're trying to highlight them, that's fine. So the possibility that we don't have the data is what's awkward here. Do I want to sort every time we request this data to make sure it's loaded? Okay. Minor annoyance with that is that the sort order will change as our spans change. Kind of not great. All right, what else were we looking on? That doesn't have any idea what we're doing, just as a highlight list. So there's a point at which we say, okay, we can go ahead and load that. I guess it's gonna be two separate highlight lists. Key search point. So we have to. So these are just like if this is displayed. Yeah, so the search points. In our search point overlay. And our key placement point overlay. The key placement point. A key placement search. So we have separate layers for those. And right now, they're all grouped under object search. And I think in like base layer by time, it's not even all just base layer anymore. We've got object overlay with its little list. Object overlay layers, yeah, which is this group. Which I guess that could still work. We'll just have to manipulate the flag here instead of toggling a layer on and off. Because that means it would technically hide if we're in like the intermediate time, which would like tear it down and then build it back up. And I'm not sure if we're tracking whether these are visible when we're updating them. Oh yeah. What was that Zoom 24 thing? Okay, so that data is visible. I think this was... Maybe I already fixed it. Because it was something that wasn't showing up at exactly 24. None of these things are going to be big enough at this level. We already fixed it. So right now, all we have is highlight objects. Set highlight object options goes through all four of these. So that could be as simple as a different message where we Just updated that list less often? Okay, so that's point in time. See, the thing is, you'd expect to just be able to zoom out and see it. So if we're making some kind of distinction there, how do we communicate that? Do we make it so only the focus object can view all? The jumping behavior is actually going to be a little bit disruptive there. Oh. We indexed those tutorials too. Let's see if that's just Flint. Oh, no, this is not the points that are in there. This is all of our current search terms. You know, I was thinking I might want to focus on these when you go into there. So maybe that's actually the long-term search is a focus object. Now that limits the use of, yeah, that limits the use case of here's all the types of iron mines. I just want to zoom out and see them. And that's partly, yeah, so I guess use case wise, the sort would be useful. So you normally are only going to get the data list once. Then it's going to be object typing, update object search. But this is down in the span data. We probably do want to go back and sort this. Oh. It's like we need to sort this from multiple places, but this is going to affect our take in. Did we pre-sort the list, or is this just an item ID? It seems like I was trying to follow O. I was following one tech in its sort order. Well, this is not a big list. This is a big list. That's probably too big of a list. Yeah, it doesn't change this at all. No, that's too big of a list. And now we're back down to 6. Map object index. Model not selected server. The master object index. Simple contains. Yeah, that must just be object ID. We're not sorting it at all. In order to sort it, we have to have the mode appropriate list of counts. Those are of the same data type. Which you were. You're just a handy reference for dict. Especially in animation mode, we get one of those. It's a remote data dict, so we have to handle that. We might still want a sort function here. It's going to be a process. It's not going to be we still have a list. Sort by a derived property, a custom comparison function, which might be where we end up here, given that we have both number and bool. I'm not sure it's useful to highlight those super common objects. This is going to be and we need to prepare. We are in a lot. So is this worth bringing out? So we have the counts. This is inside span data. Span data itself is a maybe? I'm pretty sure I was doing maybes on it before. So counts is already a maybe. I guess it could be a dict.empty. So given span data, if model.data animated is it key object search index? Key object search index. So now we have a maybe remote data. There might be a different way to map this later since the get is itself going to be a maybe. And we have a remote data. You are definitely a pair. But the remote data is dict.empty. So we should have a definite dictionary of counts of some sort. Our sorting function we know that these are tuples. So we have a count and a indexed. These are structures. It might still worth doing a, b, and then dot. I have to redo the integer comparison here. So we're basically mapping the booleans. There probably is a sort ordered boolean. I don't know if it's the one we want, but I don't have an easy way to do this test. If A is indexed, this is specifically if they're different. Then I guess we would call that less than. Oh, is compare a built-in? Oh, nope, that is the audio. What was I? How was I looking at that? Thinking it's fine. So I must have I must have bumped a key that was bound to that. compare two comparables. I don't know how they would sort bools, so I can't use that. So I think that's going to be less than... I probably need to reverse the comparison. Which I guess I just reverse the numbers. We forgot our thens. That might be where the indenting was messing up. Okay, that's compilable. Zero count. There's a dict. Oh, this is only my compare function. Well, no. Right, my actual compare function. Which, I mean, this is sort of useful. Is object IDs, where we have to dict.get A, dict.get B. But that's going to be maybe... Is it a map too if one's empty? It's going to be effectively... We basically need to map that to a 0. We're going to need this somewhere. This is almost no, because that's the thing we have to pass the dict. And that's not maybe map 2. Oh. No, that's fine. And that was the mute. I guess I could do this I could just one step with a let binding. Let me do 2 functions. I don't know if that's gonna really matter. All right. Can we actually go? Folder IDs equal, and that's going to do the take. Could probably come up with a better name than that. Sort with I mean, you're almost a descending count, but that's what's going to read best here. Okay, that is not at all sorted. Are we doing something that, like, resorts this? ID name. ID. Maybe we're always getting 0? I don't have any, I can get into this pipeline easier. Actually, what I really want to know is, did we ever find anything? This is going to be terrible. It's going to be truly terrible. Let's only do one of them. A whole bunch of times, nothing. Now, I know we've loaded the index because it's right here. Okay, you are empty because... why? All right, you know what? My default model is not serving me right now. We focus object. List.heads. This is the maybe. That's probably the main thing. And data animated is probably unnecessary. Not requested. Is that because this failed? Or because it was actually not requested? Just not requested. Okay, there was other stuff in here. Key object search index. What's happening along the way here? Is this not what I think it is? Well, not, the wrong type would be a type issue. This is saying... we have a just of a span data we have a span data and yet this is returning nothing. Key object search index. Oh, okay. I've got these backwards, and because we're not in that mode, it hasn't requested that data. That's sorted differently. Oh, yeah, this is ascending now. So we do that. Yep, and then we picked up with the unindexed ones. So now, what does this look like for here? Well, okay, so iron ore. Fair. Collapsed iron mines. Well, this cuts out a lot of stuff that doesn't exist. And actually, since that hit 0, you know that there's nothing interesting in that extended list. So that does help. So this would look like collapsed. We know that these actually are indexed because they appeared here. I mean, cold iron bloom is a one-off. And there's no iron veins. And you could go into those individually to browse around. Yeah, so that's a smithy. Iron ore, collapsed iron mine. Stripped iron vein is surprisingly common. That is, yeah, this sort of like early failure. Ooh, you're hiding. Deep iron pit. Another one hiding. And you can kind of see some of the lines here. And if we cut out, I mean, sometimes the piles help stuff stick out, but I need to put counts on here. I guess you could use that as a reference point. Something. Oh. Gingers have been doing good at taking everything. All right, so that is probably useful. You have no unindexed objects currently. Oh, that iron ore. If we cut too sharp, that might get cut out. Oh, because it's a tutorial item. I wonder if I need to resort these by X coordinate. I guess that'll end up putting Donkey Town first. It might be more sensible than this, though. Maybe we could make an option to exclude exclude probably tutorial. Now, did I want to separate that? Because that is a big diversion from the rest of the stuff I'm doing here. All it takes is model. Sort descending count. You need the model. Really? No, you need data animated too. And a list of object ID. I might be able to leave that off. This basically turns down to a sort with. Oh, model. This would probably hit some indexed objects. It's gonna be a little bit painful. Oh, only one. These must be in the tutorial. Must have been placed in the flowering state. Or maybe if you touch them with another item, it ends up recording it. Attempts to do a no transition. Huh. I guess this, Yeah, maybe he just put them down in different states. They wouldn't all be synced up. And this does work. It does not resort. Because we may have, this says I didn't deal with the, yeah, that resorts. No. So we also need to do that when we get the results back. And this is a little bit scary because this requires the index. When the index comes back, we need to resort. The easiest way to do that would be to search again. Update object search. Maybe I need a subversion of this that only does the model update. And then we throw this thing on in the place where we actually call this, okay. There's two of them. The only reason this sends a message is because of that. Oh, but is the thing I want to do going to require sending a message? No. You are now model only, so it'll be fill into that exactly. And then when we get this stuff back, information received, search index received. I guess we really only care about resorting when we got data. Log search received. Okay, so that looks like it resorted. We still have this problem. We might want to focus the dots when we go into focus mode. We'll probably also still want to view everything when zoomed out. Also, you need to reconcile animated rendering. Oh. Well, that's different. No, I think there's... Oh, right. All right, because this is like the pings, which there were none in the tutorial at the time. Whereas this stuff, it has been current point in time. Maybe those are suitable to their purposes. Because the top level search there is event data, not placement data. This... It's a weird thing where it's doing a little bit of both. So I guess the flashes are always going to overlap on a visible thing here. Oh, yeah, depending on the range of this, we can have interactive span changes if we have some other kind of period selected. Yeah, so that should be watching out our spans, but we're not getting span updates from this right now. Only that period's indexed. What do I want to happen? It's like I want to see everything. I also want it to perform nicely. I guess it's a problem for another day. Can we leave this in a good spot? Yeah, it's clean. So that's it for today. Thanks to the subscribers, volunteering otherwise. Thanks to everybody who hosted me. So normally this is, well, I'm kind of only getting programming on like Saturday and Monday now, but it's one of those things that maybe I should be looking at doing an evening sometime. And that's what I'm usually on. Bye-bye.